To order. Today is February 15th, 2022, and this is a meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. I would like if everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Berganza, I did make it so you can speak. If you could please call the roll.
Good evening. Mr. Blasbalk.
Here.
Miss Hildebrand. Here. Miss Hoskins.
Here.
Miss Lima.
Here.
Mr. Mather.
Here.
Miss Schott.
She is here. I just let her unmute, but she's here.
Okay. Brooke Thompson.
Hold on, I didn't go there yet. I do see her as well, yes.
And Gabriel Anthony.
And he is here as well.
Okay.
Thank you. And if you could please call the calendar.
Tuesday, March 8, 2022, school committee business meeting. Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022, school committee business meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on our agenda, we have a set order to our agenda that we always do, but there is a particular item that I think everyone knows is of a great deal of concern and that a lot of people are here to see and hear about, which is our masking policy. So what I'm going to propose to do, if no one in the school committee objects, with unanimous consent, I'm going to move that item up for just general discussion right now, because Dr. Auger, I know, has a recommendation he would like to make. Then I will move to citizens' comments, and then we'll take up a vote after citizens' comments has occurred, unless anyone has an objection to that. Okay, so without objection, I'm going to move up for discussion at this point. Again, we won't vote until after citizens' comments. But we're going to look at item 5D, which is the mask policy. So Dr. Auger, I know you have a recommendation that you'd like to make after some meetings that you had with the Department of Health and Education today.
Thank you, everybody. I know this is, we've received a lot of emails on this, and I know it's an important topic for many in the community. So I just wanted people to know, what the recommendation that I'm going to give tonight is, and it's pretty short and sweet. We're at a point now where incidents of COVID are dramatically dropping since Christmas. And we have increased vaccination rates in our schools. And so I've spoken with the Department of Health this morning. We've all heard the governor and Dr. McDonald make their comments in the press conference. And I've talked with our physician for the district, and all are in agreement that it is time to go to an optional recommendation for masking in schools. I was on a call this morning with most of the superintendents in Rhode Island, and I'm not aware of any other than the Providence that does not have that recommendation in place. So that is my recommendation as well. And it basically, this is what you see here is basically the entire transcript of it. And it basically says that as of the governor's current executive order expiring, which is on March 4th at 5 p.m., that we would then be in a position where mask would be optional, essentially that we would not have a masking policy anymore. It does retain, in the event that there is some kind of an outbreak where a nurse is calling me to make a recommendation about, I think this class needs to go to DL for a day or two, or at least when they're in the room, they need to wear masks for a little while. We can do things like that, but we can do things like that regardless right now for just about anything else. I can make those kinds of decisions, for instance, pertaining to the flu. So this is where we are. It basically undoes the mask policy that we set up back on August 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. One point I just want to make that you didn't make yet, it's in the policy, but so people do understand, and we haven't voted on this yet. We'll vote after citizens' comments. But we have no control over both the executive order that is in effect until March 4th, 2022. If there were a subsequent executive order or order from RIDE that trumps our authority. And we, as the school committee, have no authority over the federal transportation rule that
Correct.
requires to this day masks on any form of public transportation, including school buses. So until the federal government rescinds that regulation, you'd still need to wear a mask on a school bus. And there's
Right.
nothing.
I'm not aware of a timeline for that. Even in talking with people from the Rhode Island Department of Health, they are not yet aware of a timeline for the federal government to get rid of the mandate to wear masks on a bus. Correct.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands that, so there's no confusion there. Okay, so Dr. Ajay's given what his recommendation is. I don't want to have any discussion or votes until we have an opportunity to hear from citizens. So we don't have any presentations this evening. So the next item on the agenda would be citizens' comments. What I just want to make a point of is I think just from the number of emails that we've all received today, there are a lot of people who have opinions on this, and we want to hear from all of you. But we also have to, get a meeting done. So I'll say what I've said many times before. We do ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you're simply basically in agreement with the person who spoke before you, if you could say that and not necessarily rehash everything that they've said again, and just let us know that you agree with them so that we have an opportunity for as many people as possible to speak. We do have a school committee policy that our meetings do not go past 10 p.m. So we do reserve the right. I've never had to do it, and I hope I don't have to, but to limit comments if it is taking so long that we are unable to get our agenda done, because we do have to pass a budget and do a number of other things this evening. So having said that, for those who aren't familiar, if you would like to comment, you go to the participants tab under Zoom and you raise your hand. That will indicate to me that you would like to speak. And then if you are using a cell phone or a mobile device, you can press *9 on your phone, which will do the same. So just looking to see if anyone would like the opportunity to speak, and it doesn't have to be on the mask policy, it's on anything. Okay, so I'll take the first person. And again, as I mentioned a number of times, I only know what your screen name is on Zoom. So as we always ask, if you could please state your name and full address, including the town, particularly when we're doing a Zoom meeting, because we only know what it says under your name. So first person is just the name Megan.
Hi, this is Megan Riley. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, I just have a quick question. I'm 15 Eden Court, North Kingstown, but I kind of missed what you said. Do you just want me to say support or oppose Dr. Oj's, or I can still speak?
We don't answer questions, but I'll answer. I mean, that's such a technical question. I'll answer it. What I said is you can say whatever you want for 3 minutes. We just ask if you're essentially the second person in line and you agree with everything the first person said, please, we'd ask that you just don't rehash everything again. Say, I agree with everything that person said. If you have something additional to add, that's fine. But I mean, if everyone says the same thing for 3 minutes,
Right.
we wouldn't get through comments, and we'd like to have everyone speak. So I haven't started your clock yet. You go right ahead.
Okay, so this is pretty quick. I've already emailed all of you, but I just wanted to go on record tonight to voice my support for ending the school mask mandate on March 4th, as Dr. Oj just recommended. There have been and will be many facts presented, although I'm not so sure anymore tonight, to explain why it makes sense to unmask our children. So I'm not going to restate any of the facts that you've probably already heard or will hear later. The one thing I do ask is that if you do vote to end masking in schools, that you do apply it to all children, not just the vaccinated ones. We simply want to have a choice to decide what's best for our own kids, especially those of us whose families have already had and have recovered from COVID. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next person I see is Lori Duffy.
Hi, good evening. Lori Duffy, 88 Haverhill Ave, North Kingstown. I just wanted to address some of the recent threats of harm that was made to the school committee and members of the administrative staff. Some of these recent threats were from supporters for Parents United Against Indoctrination, including saying that you all should be tarred and feathered. That was one of the more recent ones I read today, and that you all need bodyguards to protect you. Not to mention other horrific things that have been said about you. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all of the members for your dedication and your service. We in this community recognize that this is not an easy job, and someone's always going to be unhappy with something that you have to say, but it does not give anyone license to attack and threaten you, nor does anyone have the right to encourage others to do so. These are all ignorant cowards who are showing their true selves with each swipe of their keyboard. The work you're doing is important, and I'm really here just to support you and encourage you to not give up. This is actually probably the most important work of local school committees in decades. Don't let the loud and vocal minority prevent you from representing those of us that you promise to serve, especially the young people of our town. Your town has your back. Keep doing what you're doing. And we all really do appreciate what you and your families have been going through while you're trying to do this important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Joni Kenyon.
Hello,
Hello,
can you hear me?
we can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joni Kenyon. I'm a teacher in North Kingstown, and I live at 89 Matunic Schoolhouse Road, Wakefield, Rhode Island. And I have a letter I'd like to share on behalf of the Executive Board of NEA&K. Dear school committee members, Dr. Auger and Dr. Mansieri, on behalf of the students in the North Kingstown School Department, we would like to voice our concerns with an item brought forth at the last school committee meeting regarding the budget and the proposal of 2 elementary assistant principals positions for the upcoming school year. Currently, Hamilton Elementary is functioning between 90 and 95% capacity. Because of this, teachers feel the need for direct instructional support for their students, not an increase in non-instructional personnel. During a meeting on January 28th at Hamilton with Dr. Auger, Dr. Mansieri, and Jody Clark, teachers expressed their concerns about the needs for interventionists to directly work with children. With all of the data that is collected, it shows the students overwhelmingly need more interventionists and teaching assistants. With most classes at contractual cap, there is limited support from teacher assistants because they are spread thin throughout the building, with most of their time spent managing multiple lunch and recess periods rather than spending time during crucial in-class learning. Without the continual support of teacher assistants, it makes it difficult for teachers to provide small group instruction or to target struggling students whose data has shown they are falling through the cracks. As teachers, we have been provided with various programs to collect student academic data. This data is meant to show how our students are progressing and which students are struggling and need additional attention and instruction. However, even with the abundance of data showing who needs support, we have very little direct service in the classroom in order to deliver that support. Teachers, reading specialists, and interventionists are having to choose between which student needs the support more than others versus all students getting what they need. Interventionists are spread throughout multiple buildings, only able to give their students small windows of time to try to close growing learning gaps. Teachers have been required to provide data to show what students need with no way of actually giving those students what they need because of the lack of teacher assistants and interventionists. There is a plethora of data to support the need for more interventionists and teacher assistants for our students. Where is the data to support that our children need yet 2 more administrators? The hiring of an assistant principal for Hamilton and Stony Lane, as well as an assistant principal for Quidnesset, Forest Park, and Fishing Cove, seems like a Band-Aid for issues that could be solved with longer-term solutions. First and foremost, our children need more direct academic service providers. We should focus our efforts on hiring more teaching assistants for our youngest classrooms, which are at full capacity, and interventionists for struggling students whose learning gaps continue to grow.
I'd ask if you could please wrap up.
Yep. District lines should be examined again in order to ensure that Hamilton does not continue to be at full capacity. According to data, teachers make 1,500 decisions a day. However, when needing to come up with solutions for our larger problems that concern our students, teachers are seldom asked to help make
do
these
need you to
decisions.
please wrap up if you could, please.
Yep, this is the last bit. We see students every day who are stressed when it comes to read because they can't remember the words, or students riddled with anxiety when it comes to math on the schedule. Yet we have little staff to
Okay.
provide them with the support they need to overcome these
could
challenges.
Send the rest of
Hiring
that
two
to us.
admin-
We can hear it, but you're way over time, I'm afraid. I've got to give everyone the same treatment.
Okay, this is just the last sentence.
Okay.
Hiring
last
two
sentence.
elementary assistant principals is not the answer. The executive board of NEA and K
That's
thinks
more
you
than
can
one
listen to
sentence.
our concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, we're happy to read the letter in full. If you could send that to us, we'll look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person I see is Izzy Montini.
Hi, I'll keep it pretty brief. I know you guys have a lot of people to get through. Izzy Montini, 70 Bethany Lane. I would first like to
Did you
start
say the
off by
town? Sorry.
North Kingstown.
Thank you.
I would first like to start off by thanking each of you for recognizing the urgency of the gender neutral bathroom issue. This is another prime example of students and community members unifying to create change for their classmates and peers. In regards to the gender neutral bathrooms, I've seen several lies on Facebook. For example, one post states adult males and adult females share the same bathrooms at NK schools. Why? Because NK policy says bathrooms are co-ed. I would just like to point out that this is absolutely not true. There are currently no multi-stalled bathrooms open that are co-ed. If citizens have concerns about gender-neutral bathrooms, I suggest fact-checking before jumping to angry and false conclusions. I would also like to express support for the superintendent's recommendations that masks should be optional in response to the governor lifting the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, again, I just have what you have for your Zoom name, is Karen.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
It's Karen Kuzminski at 22 Matola Drive, North Kingstown.
Thank you.
So I just want, I'll keep it brief. I support the lifting of the mask mandate for the kids. It's time for sure. And that's, I'll just say that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next is Julie Ostagai.
Hi, thank you. I actually have a student here with me who would like to speak as well. So I'm going to just keep myself really brief. I'm Julie Ostagai, 110 Windsor Avenue, North Kingstown.
Before you start, I'll
Is that
say,
okay?
I mean, if you are two people, that's two people. So that's fine if you just happen to call in on the same account.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you giving me the
I'll
heads up.
keep it
So let's
brief.
do you, and then we'll do them.
Thank you. Just going to keep it brief.
And did you say your name and address? Sorry.
Yep, I did.
Thank
Do you
you.
want me to do it again? Or are you
Nope, you're good.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I'm in support of Dr. Auger's to remove the mask mandate. And I've written you all, and you can see the plethora of reasons for why I think that should happen. I also want to say that I'm supporting, I think it was Joni, an agreement that there is more staff needed for kids at Hamilton and other schools that are experiencing caps. And then I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Caitlin.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm
Going to say your name and your
I'm
address.
Caitlin Droney, and I live on 232 Orchard Woods Drive in Saunderstown, Rhode Island.
Thank
I
you.
go to Whitford Middle School. I am here to speak from a student's perspective on wearing masks at school. These masks are impacting us students greatly. The mask mandate is stunting social, emotional, and mental health. Suicide rates for children from the ages 4 to 15 have gone up by 40%. In school, I have heard plenty of students say they would like to kill themselves, which was unheard of before the pandemic. On Friday, I had joined thousands of other people, mainly on masks, including myself at the PC Friars game. But in school, with around 450 students and staff members, we are forced to wear them. This is completely illogical. In school, silent lunches are required, which is part of the reason why kids' social skills are going down the drain. Students, including me, feel like school is a jail, when the death rate for our age for COVID is below 0, which is why I believe masks should be optional. If students weren't masked up all the time, school be more enjoyable and grades for the students may improve. Also, the masks make learning difficult. They make it hard to hear, see facial expressions, and even express ourselves. It's even more difficult for the kids with disabilities because the masks impede good communication. Therefore, I believe masks should be optional, and now is the time to remove mask mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Angela's iPhone.
Hello, my name is Angela Arsenis, and I live at 174 Fieldstone Lane. As a parent of
Can you
three
just state the town? Sorry.
174 Fieldstone Lane, Saunderstown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
As a parent of 3 children, I have watched my kids struggle each and every day for the last 2 years. We made a decision last year to keep our kids in school because we thought it was better for them to be alongside their peers, and we tried to keep some normalcy in their lives. What I have witnessed in the last 2 years has been very concerning. At the middle school, kids are to sit facing forward in desks and cannot talk to each other during lunch, or they will get yelled at if they turn around to speak to a friend. Or when your high schooler comes home and tells you that their friends don't want to take their masks off because they feel embarrassed about their appearance and they don't like the way they look. What are we really doing to these kids? What are we doing to their cognitive, social, mental, psychological, or physical health with these mask mandates? What are these kids allowed? Why are these kids allowed to go to events, play with friends, go to restaurants, department stores, birthday parties, sleepovers, but when it comes time to go to school, they better mask up? How long are we going to hold students hostage to a virus that does not significantly impact them? Why are we going to hold our kids hostage because they are adults and teachers afraid of getting sick? As a parent, I cannot simply mask my children indefinitely without an off-ramp. There are vaccines, treatments available to adults and children. This cannot go on for years and years over a virus that has a survival rate of 99% in people under 18. It has to be parents' choice. Enough is enough. No more masks. And I support Dr. Auger's recommendation to remove the masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Anthony Lopresti. Sorry, I might have clicked the wrong button there. So
Anthony Lopresti. I think it's me, Ramona.
Yeah, Ms. Bessinger, I hit you by mistake, so you're next.
Geez.
So if you could hold off one moment and let me make sure I hit his button. Sorry about that.
Okay. Can you hear me, Greg?
Yes, so
okay,
I
it's
can.
actually Mary Lopresti. That's my husband's name on there, so I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, good evening. My name is Mary Lopresti, and I live at 29 Chestnut Road in North Kingstown. Thank you to Dr. Auger, members of the School Department Administration, and the school committee for the tireless work you have devoted to navigating the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic over the past 2 years, especially when determining how to best accommodate the many needs of our school population. I am the mother of a 7th grader at DMS who is profoundly disabled with a compromised respiratory system. Keeping him safe and healthy is a daily focus for our family and his home-based health workers. We have followed the guidance of his pediatrician and specialists and made sure that he has been fully vaccinated and boosted. He wears a mask for the entire school day. And I trust that the adults entrusted with his care are vigilant about monitoring this. However, for 16 months, I oversaw my son's remote learning before he was vaccinated, and returning to that status is not the direction I hope to go. The vaccination rates for some of the schools in our district reveal quite a percentage difference. In deciding whether to lift the school mask mandate, I would encourage you to probe a little deeper to see why the vaccination rates at some of the schools are so low. The disparity might reveal more than is assumed on the surface. Encouraging greater vaccination and booster participation, along with respect for those who wear masks due to various circumstances, including being immunocompromised or living in the same house as someone with underlying health conditions, should be a part of the move to lift the school mask mandate. Simply removing a face covering does not remove the health risks inherent with COVID-19. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. Okay, so now, again, I apologize for clicking the wrong button there. Mrs. Bessinger, Ramona Bessinger, you are next.
Hi, my name is Ramona Bessinger. I live at 437 David Avenue in Jamestown. First of all, I would like to say that there are only two biological sexes, male and female. So if male and females are allowed to use the restrooms at the high school or any school in the district, then the bathrooms are co-ed. It is my choice to use that word, and no one can tell me that I can't, okay? So that's the first thing I want to say. I would like to, what I really wanted to talk about though, is that I'd like to know why North Kingstown needs $200,000 for a reading program and more for an equity audit when we know this is all centered around racial activism. It is centered around children's social, emotional states of mind, their personal lives, and it is encouraging secret relationships with adults. And please don't say this is not true, because we know this is embedded in the social emotional learning and in RIDE policies. States right there on the RIDE website that this is allowed to occur. I think I speak for many parents, some vocal and some that have been bullied into silence because of the hostile culture and the divisive climate your curriculum changes are causing. Initially, all of your so-called equity programs sounded reasonable. Now your loud and abrasive, hateful anti-American rhetoric went unchallenged, but not anymore. Our parent group is growing in numbers, and your extreme anti-American curriculum and your culture changes that are imposed on families, we've had enough. Changes like social emotional learning, equity, and cultural responsive pedagogy sound politically correct, and they sound reasonable, but these are complete lies, and in fact, the opposite of what they claim to be. We are not buying the whining, the prophesizing, and the victimhood of this, everybody, certain groups are victims of an unfair government, history, or culture. You are those things. You are the authoritarians, and we've had enough. I want to speak specifically to Jen Lima's post called "Sex Work is Real Work." This woman who sits on the school committee dares to marginalize and objectify young women. It is disgusting. It is further disgusting that Denise Manseri dared to sneak a 200,000 anti-American curriculum into the schools. It's shameful and it's not okay. And I don't care if you don't like the way I sound or the words I'm using. Let me remind the school committee that you all work for the people, all of us, Black, brown, white, and otherwise. You do not get to make backroom deals with your political affiliates in Providence or at RIDE. You do not get to make backroom deals at the DEI committees with your friends and expect that nobody will notice exactly what is going on with this racially divisive political agenda. Jen Lima should resign. Promoting sex trade on her social media posts.
If you could please wrap up.
That is the disgusting thing, not my comments or anyone else's comments on the parent page.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Odell. Mr.
Brian
Odell.
Odell. Yep, Brian Odell, 152 Salisbury Avenue, North Kingstown.
Thank you.
When I was a kid, I walked a mile to school, played unsupervised in the street, and had blanket permission to go pretty much anywhere on my bike, provided I was home when the streetlights came on. Back then, adults were certainly not omnipresent as they are today, but they seemed in charge and mostly competent. I learned from my parents and teachers that this country was a force for good in the world and an engine for freedom and opportunity. Today is different. Adults are more active in children's lives, but at the same time, society seems less inclined to play a reassuring role for kids. This is particularly true in school, where it seems the lessons focus on the bad and the broken, suggesting to kids that they have suffered the great misfortune to have been born into this country that is racist to its core, whose founding documents were lies when written, and whose democracy is hanging by a thread. Why are you obsessed in defining America as the problem, ignoring the fact that many parents do not share this perspective? You want children to grapple with honest history starting in elementary school and accept a very pessimistic view of our country. You share content that highlights themes such as suicide, drug use, sexual abuse, molestation, and police as the enemy. You replace classic novels with historic fiction because it fits your narrative. You encourage students to stand up against their parents. Small wonder then that children are more depressed and medicated than ever before. A half century of psychological research indicates that our beliefs about the world shape behavior and our sense of well-being. School is only one input in a child's psychic landscape, but you seem doggedly determined to validate and normalize the depressive forces in children's lives, rather than help them overcome them or offer a counter narrative. Your solution is simply hire more school therapists and encourage victimhood. A recent Pew Research Center survey of US adults found that only 52% of Americans say the United States is one of the greatest countries. Among the most recent graduates of American schools, ages 18 to 29, that number is only 42%. But more disturbing is that only 12% of Democrats and Democrat-leaning independents think the US stands above other countries, a figure that drops to a minuscule 5% among those 18 to 25-year-old Democrats. It's clear that the goal of the education system, dominated by Democrats, is not to prepare kids to continue building a more perfect union, but to dismantle it. When education becomes activism, it dwells exclusively in the bad and the broken, and encourages children to see their community and their country as nothing more than a collection of problems to be solved, with none of the virtues and blessings of citizenship. Clearly, America is not perfect, but when the bad is emphasized, it creates in the minds of students the impression that the country is reflexively antagonistic to their interests, that what we have been given, and what some may seek to preserve is wrong, unjust, and must be dismantled. It should not be a controversial notion that to say that public education must proceed from a moral commitment grounded in optimism and, yes, patriotism. Education's highest objective is to nourish the soul and inspire human flourishing, not to be a hobby horse for social justice activists. Our kids' future and the country's future are at stake.
Thank you, sir. Next, I have Eric M. Oop, I did the wrong button again. Sorry, 1 second to that person. When the prior speaker moves away, it drops and it moves on me. So Eric M., I think you should be all set.
All right, I got you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. All right, my name is Eric Miller at 101 Huckleberry Road in North Kingstown. Just a few quick statements, points. I was predominantly calling about the terminating the mask mandate, which I support. And it looks like a lot of other people do as well. Second point is your second guest, Lori, had mentioned not threatening other people. I agree with that. I think we need to treat people with civility, whether we agree with their points or not. And I think everyone should keep that in mind. And the third point here is I do not support the CRT message or diversity, inclusion, or equity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, I have Ileana Arsenis.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ileana Arsenis, and I live at 174 Fieldstone Lane, Starting Side, Rhode Island.
Okay, go ahead.
My middle school experience has been horrible. COVID started when I was just in 5th grade. I started middle school with an open mind, but it has not been the experience I was hoping for. It has been 2 long and miserable years at Wickford Middle School. We're not able to talk or socialize with any of our friends during lunch. Just today alone, I was yelled at by the vice principal because I was talking to one of my closest friends that sits in front of me. Some of the many challenges we face are no social interaction with my peers and friends. Teachers have to use a microphone so we can hear them. Wearing a mask for 8 hours with no mask breaks. Sitting at lunch, not talking to anybody, facing forward, and at times even having a movie playing that no one even agreed to watch. They even bring around the trash bin so we don't get up and move around the cafeteria freely. I also play the saxophone. We have to wear a special mask with a hole in it and play with another cover for the bell of my instrument so spit doesn't come out. Trying to hold a note for 10 to 20 seconds was no problem without the mask. Now with the mask, I get very lightheaded and almost feel like I'm going to pass out. Now it's getting to a point that kids aren't even wearing their mask at band practice because they can't even play right with them. I come home every day and beg my mom and my dad to homeschool me and how horrible these masks are. Please let this be a parent's choice. No more masks. Let us kids have a normal school experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura Connors.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes, thank you.
My name is Laura O'Connors. I live at 685 Hatchery Road in North Kingstown. I am in support of terminating the mask mandate. I'm a mother of 2 children, one who is 5 in kindergarten at Stony Lane, and one who is 4 who is at Sweet Peas Village in East Greenwich. Although my children are only 14 months apart, they are living in 2 completely different worlds. My 4-year-old has never been asked to wear a mask at school. She sees her friends' faces, goes to speech therapy without a mask, sings, laughs, and chit-chats at lunch, as she likes to say. Today, she hugged and gave kisses on the cheeks of no less than 5 friends when I picked her up from her pre-K program. My 5-year-old has been in a mask since September, taught to keep space between he and his classmates. He's unable to laugh or even speak at lunchtime, ingraining in these students masks off, voices off, creating a sense that his very voice can be a danger, that he is responsible for keeping the community safe. He recently asked me, "Mom, why does the virus live at my school but not Magnolia's?" A question impossible to answer because there is no answer. Some regard his ability to adhere to these protocols as resilient or a small inconvenience. I'm certain in almost all of these cases, they intend to be kind and understanding. However, children complying with rules that no longer serve their purpose does not equate resilience, nor is it in their best interest. Rhode Island courts indicate that these masks are causing irreparable harm. We've come to a point in this pandemic where we are able to and must safely move forward. Masking children has questionable data at best, particularly with the cloth masks we've been donning for the past 2 years. The limited questionable benefit of masking young children is superseded by what we know to be true. The children are suffering unnecessarily. They need to see their teachers and friends' faces. They need to be able to play without being told they're endangering society, when the rest of society has the benefit of living their lives unmasked. Their voices need to be heard, and they must be able to listen with greater ease to those instructing them. I work in healthcare. I follow the data on a daily basis. My entire career is based on the ability to provide care given the most recent research, providing guidance to my patients as a whole person rather than just treating within a vacuum. With vaccines available to all children ages 5 and up, treatments available, and the knowledge that by and large, children have mild cases of this virus, it is time to unmask our children, to stand up for them, thank them, and try to do better by them as we continue to navigate these ever-changing times. Please support unmasking our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pam Pinheiro.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Pinheiro, 710 Slocum Road, North Kingstown. I am in favor of 100% parent choice for face masks going forward. I have 2 kids who go to NK schools. I am a healthcare worker who works at a nursing home. I feel it is time to let parents have a say. I believe masks have had a place in this pandemic, but it is time to allow for choice. We all know what we want to know about COVID. There are many different opinions and many different perspectives at this time. We all have lived through this pandemic differently. Everyone's path forward is going to be different. At this point, you can't know everyone's risk to COVID. Some kids are fully vaccinated, some are not. Some have had COVID, some have not. Some live with immunocompromised, some do not. Some are traveling, some are not. Some still wear masks in stores, some do not. At the same time, you don't know how masks are impacting each kid. Some are withdrawing, some are not. Some are not learning social cues and nonverbal communication. Some feel comfortable in masks, some do not. Some struggle to hear, some do not, etc. One of my kids told me when the vaccine was finally available to him that he wanted to get it because he doesn't want to wear a mask anymore. One of my fully vaccinated kids has also had COVID. In my assessment of risk, it would be a great time for him not to wear a mask at school. If you asked my kids' teachers if they had a problem with masks, they would say no. But that is because my kids generally follow the rules. It is not because they don't have a problem with masks. My kids want to see other kids' faces in school. My kids need to see and learn how to read facial expressions and nonverbal communication. My kids want to be free of masks in school. Yet, fully respect those who do not at this time. My point is, choice is the only option, in my opinion, that allows for families to make their own risk assessment and their own quality of life assessment, because parents can weigh all the many individual factors and make the best decision for their own family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Jillian Raposa.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, Jillian Raposa, 275 Beacon Drive in North Kingstown. Never in a million years would I have imagined myself speaking at a school committee meeting, but also never in a million years would I imagine that a school committee's opinion would hold so much power on what is best for my children. For 2 years, our children have had to suck it up for the sake of making adults feel comfortable. We have been told by people who are supposed to be our leaders to trust the science. Well, why don't we start doing that? Children are not getting sick and dying from COVID. They just aren't. Not one child has died in the state of Rhode Island from COVID alone. Not one. Cloth masks are not stopping the spread of COVID. Vaccines are not even stopping the spread of COVID. Everyone is still getting and spreading this virus, whether they're wearing a mask, have had all of their shots and boosters, or if they have not, period. Everything I just read should be enough reason alone to make your decision and let people choose whether or not they put a mask on their children. If it's not, how about we talk about all the other factors that have played into masking our children for the past 2 years? Look at the suicide rates, look at mental health rates, social emotional development, reading and writing scores. I could go on and on. My oldest son gets speech services, and I've witnessed such aggression in his speech the past 2 years. And we were actually told in kindergarten 2 years ago that by first grade, he probably would be able to end his services. How on earth can a child learn sounds and words from a teacher with a covered mouth? How can a teacher see that the child's mouth while they are trying to pronounce those words if it's covered with a mask? Not only children with speech delays are being affected, young children, especially kindergartners, need to see their teacher's mouth in order to learn the alphabet, their numbers, and to see their facial expressions. You claim that you have our children's safety and health in your best interest, but if you decide to keep these masks on our children, how on earth can you continue to spew those lies? All of those things I am listing here are affecting our children tremendously when it comes to their health and well-being. So please look at the data and the facts and do the right thing. I will close with this. Over the weekend, Greg and I were emailing back and forth about the outcome of this meeting. At the end of his emails, he said something that stuck with me. He said there are many parents that were emailing him that were opposed to and in favor of continuing the mask mandate. Then he continued to say that regardless of the outcome, one side or the other will not be happy with whatever choice he and the rest of the committee make. Those last words right there, whatever choice they make, choice. You all get to choose whether or not you want to continue to force parents to put masks on their children, or you get to choose if you want to give all parents the choice to decide what is best for their own children. So yes, there are two sides to this, but let's get something straight. There's only one side that isn't giving everybody a choice. They are demanding that every single child wear a mask to make them feel comfortable, while the other side is simply just wants the choice to do what is best for their own children. So please do the right thing. And I think you know exactly what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kim L. Hello? You look unmuted, but I can't hear you. Okay, now I see it's muted. If you want to try to unmute again and see if we can hear you. Okay, what I'm going to do is what I'd ask is I'm going to go to the next person if on the list. And then if you want to maybe sign out, sign in again and raise your hand again, I'll see if I can get you in. So we cannot hear you. Oh, you know what? Let me try one more thing. Hold on. If you could try again. Okay, you're unmuted, but I don't hear anything. Okay, so I'm going to call the next person. If you can try to see if you can work out whatever the issue might be on your end, while we go through a couple more people. If I see you raise your hand again, we'll pick you up, okay? All right, so next is Jamie Bashant.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Hi, Jamie Bashant. I'm at 55 Yellowstone Drive in North Kingstown. I have 2 kids. My oldest is in kindergarten at Knesset, and I'm so glad to hear the recommendation from Dr. Ajay to end the school mask mandate in NK, and I urge the school committee to vote in favor of that recommendation. For the better part of 2 years, our kids have done everything asked of them, including complying with the broad mandate of masking up at school. With the benefit now of vaccines available to all, rapid tests available, N95s and other PPE available to all, it is time to adapt and use more precise measures. We can now meet COVID in the current moment and rise to the occasion. With what we know now and what we've learned, to continue mandating masks in schools is not only unreasonable, it's oppressive and harsh. I applaud our teachers for stepping up and doing the best they could, despite the mandate and the awkward social distance rules. But in this moment, we all owe our kids better and more compassion for their real best interests. We already live in a world plagued by misinformation, lack of understanding, lack of empathy, and all too often poor in-person communication skills. And I'm concerned that continuing to mandate masks in schools only exacerbates this problem, especially during a child's most fundamental classroom learning years. Communicating in a mask is not just a mere inconvenience. It's tough to breathe, tough to articulate or enunciate words, or use any form of facial expression to accompany what you're trying to say. It's tough to hear others who are speaking with a mask on. It's muffled. Inevitably, there is either a lack of engagement because the conversation itself is physically difficult to have, or there's a lack of understanding between the speaker and the listener. That more would be expected of my 6-year-old son when he's wearing a mask at school defies common sense and really feels devoid of compassion for these very same challenges that he must face at school. For better or worse, he's been conditioned to follow the rules, and the mandatory masking rules no longer make sense. They're only failing him. School at its core is a place where meaningful communication and human interaction is essential. Teachers give direction, feedback, and instruction. For example, to my 6-year-old, how to read by sounding out all the syllables. Our kids need to interact with their peers, hear each other, learn differing perspectives and points of view, be encouraged to use their voice and speak and listen, and not be conditioned to think the air is toxic and using their voice is toxic to others without a mask. Mandatory masking doesn't have a place in NK schools, not with what we know now, how far we've come, and the other tools we have available. It is a fiction to think that school masking will save the world, the state, or our town by any significant stretch. Let's start with saving our kids' adolescence, which is already too short, their right to education, and a place in a school where their actual, real educational and emotional growth needs are put first. Let's tell them they matter, we hear them, and that we're stepping up to do better for them. Harvard public health professor Joseph Allen wrote an op-ed recently, which was published in the Washington Post and the New York Times, advocating for an end to school mask mandates in 2022. He cites the low risk of hospitalization among children, as has always been, access to vaccines, and the availability of high quality masks for those who want them for one-way masking. He cautions we can't keep using the 2020 playbook, but that we need to adapt. Let's channel our collective compassion and do what's right for our kids. Please end the mandatory masking for our kids in NK schools and let it be a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Kim L, I see you are back. So I'm going to bump you up to the top here and see if we have audio now. Hello? Still
got me now.
Oh,
Brad?
now, oh, you're there. Okay, we got you.
Yeah, sorry, struggle. Hey, so thanks for jumping me back in. I don't know what was going on. I was actually on the Senate meeting too, so it was maybe because I was in 2 meetings at once. So sorry about that.
We could do name and address and then we'll start.
Oh, sorry, Kim Lanaway, 47 Sylvan Court, Saunderstown. The first thing I want to say is that last week I sat in person at my school committee meeting in South Kingstown. I know that tonight the Exeter West Greenwich meeting is in person. I think it's ridiculous that we're not in person. I understand there's an executive order requiring a Zoom option, but it didn't have to be only Zoom. The notion that North Kingstown High School does not have the capability to do both at once is just not true. I mean, teachers taught all of last year with people in front of them and people at home. So first of all, I think that we should go back to in-person immediately. Tonight's meeting should have been in person. There's 150 people that wanted to talk. I mean, I understand they're getting a chance to talk, but we know that the impact of being online is much different than being in person, just as it is with our students and their learning. So of course, I'm very happy to hear that you intend to go mask optional. Frankly, I really don't think, I mean, I know you're still gonna vote. I feel like you gave up the option to vote a year ago when you said, every time anybody emailed, you said, you know, we don't have a say. The governor has a mandate in place. And so if you have a problem with that, go talk to him. Well, the governor is lifting his mandate on March 4th. And so I don't think you should have a say. You gave up that say. And so I think the governor's mandate ends on March 4th. And so therefore the end. The other thing I just want to say is that these stories that we're hearing about kids sitting silently in lunch and being reprimanded and the craziness about band and all of that, I mean, that should end immediately, not in 9 more days. After school vacation week, we have to come back for another week of ridiculous masking. If you guys really wanted to stand apart, you would fight this and end it on Friday, this Friday, and let us come back after school vacation week without the masks. That extra week is just ridiculous. It's not based in any science. It is not based on numbers, despite what Dr. Auger said, because right now the numbers in Rhode Island are still higher than they were last year at times when we're talking about closing school. The mask mandate's being lifted because it's been proven pretty overwhelmingly and being admitted now by the mainstream media that the masks don't work. And so the other thing I would ask that you do, in addition to immediately ending the no talk lunch that's going on in our schools still, and only in some of the schools, by the way, it's not going on in the high schools. This rule is not being equally applied. It's ridiculous. That should happen immediately. You guys should step up and stop the masking sooner than later. And the very last thing that I would ask is that a policy be put in place that you will prohibit the forced masking of any kid in the future. It should always be optional. These masks do not work. We will not be remasked in the future should we have a bad flu season. Take it off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next person is Kate Witherspoon.
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
Hi. My name is Kate Witherspoon. I live at 14 Hawthorne Court in North Kingstown. I currently have 1 child in the system and 2 others coming up. I hope they all get to enjoy a better looking school day soon. I should also mention that I've been a Rhode Island public school teacher for 15 years. It seems as though we're moving towards masks being optional in school, so I'm speaking tonight to advocate for that. After listening to Dr. Silversmith give his reasons last August, I was in favor of masking indoors to start the year, but we know more now and we have more now. So if given the choice, I would not send my first grader in a mask anymore, nor would I teach in one. I support Dr. Auger's position to end the mask mandate, and I hope that you do too. The time has come for parents and students to have a say in this. Masks optional and getting rid of close contact lockdowns is the only way forward, because I truly believe that many of these mitigation strategies are really affecting our children. Our kids are resilient, but I think that among the many things they have lost, they're losing resilience too. Everything seems so safe and prescribed, from the bus seating to the silent and contained lunches. Along with making masks optional, can we give them more freedom to make choices and be social? Can we get our students out of their comfort zones again and back into normal cafeteria settings? Let them experience school the way it should be so they can grow socially and emotionally. And I agree with Kim L. I don't think we need to wait another day for the silent lunches to end. But one thing we can't do is give them these freedoms and then take them away again. Our students should not have to take a ride on this viral roller coaster as it ebbs and flows any longer. They have been the most masked and the least affected physically by this virus, but the most affected emotionally. People will say that the only thing protecting their child other than the vaccine is masking. Well, there's data to support that one-way masking works. If you're vaccinated, boosted, and wearing an N95, you're protected, no matter what others or the virus is doing. I hope that we are finally given the choice to do what we feel is best for our own families without shaming each other for the mask choices we make. I think these measures are a step in the right direction. And the right direction is getting these kids back to normal on all fronts, not just the masking, and getting teachers back into a classroom where voices can easily be heard, smiles can be seen, and real connections can be made from this point forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Edward Talley.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Stephanie Talley, 2140 Boston Neck Road, Saunderstown, Rhode Island. Thank you, Dr. Auger, for your comments. I was very relieved to hear your statement tonight. I'm in a unique position. I'm a speech language pathologist. I work in acute care. I work primarily with individuals who are COVID-19 positive and have since the beginning of the pandemic. Luckily, I have not contracted COVID-19, nor have any of my children. I have 3 in the North Kingstown School District. One does not mask. He actually goes to West Bay Christian Academy, and they're not required to wear masks. And he has not become ill either. I'm relieved tonight to hear comments from Kim L, Laura O'Connor. There are many parents who feel the same sentiment. There are not metrics available to show the dangers to our children of COVID-19. There are metrics available that demonstrate the harm to our children in wearing masks. It does affect their speech and language development. It does affect their pragmatic language. And on top of it, I have seen my children feel a fear instilled in them that I do not wish for them to have. There are plenty anxieties for our children to have in life, not to fear a virus. This virus is not going away. It doesn't matter how many people are vaccinated, how many people mask. It is a virus. It is here to stay. We either have to decide to live with it, use the treatments available, use good public health in terms of washing hands. And if you are ill, maybe some people do choose to wear a mask, but it should be about choice. When my 2nd grader comes home with a report about George Washington, and he tells me about why George Washington became our president and the wars that he fought in, and he says to me, this is about our personal choice, this is about liberty, this is about freedom, yet we don't live that day to day, what message does that send to our children? They don't have a choice right now, and they're looking to us parents, and we need to fight for them because this is not okay. This has to stop. We're not protecting them anymore. We're hurting them. And when I hear other students on here from middle school and high school pleading with the school board to lift the mask mandate, how can we not listen to these students living this day to day? Enough is enough. It was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's been 2 years. It has to stop. And I trust and hope that everyone that is sitting at this meeting who is supposed to represent the people of this community will hear us, because I've yet to hear anyone say that this is something that's necessary. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kalia Schmer.
Hello,
Kalia Schmer. I'm at 383 West Allenton Road in North Kingstown. I want to thank the school administration for figuring out a solution to the gender neutral bathroom issue after the last school committee meeting. That does make a big difference to a lot of students, and it is an important step towards a more gender inclusive culture. I also second what Izzy Montini said about the misinformation circulating about those bathrooms. It's important to do some research before you throw stuff out there. I also wanted to address the recent threats made to our local elected officials on social media. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to say that I second what Lori Duffy said earlier in this call on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Alicia.
Hello, can
Hello.
you hear me?
We can.
Alicia Paradise from 21 Shelley Drive in North Kingstown. I just want to say good evening and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will try not to be too repetitive, but I currently have 4 children in the school system, and I have been waiting for the day when my kids could go back to school without a mask on. This virus is here to stay, and we have to find a way to live with it, but we cannot let our children suffer out of fear. This is why I believe every parent should have a choice in whether or not they send their child to school in a mask. We have come so far and have done so well as a community coping with this virus and learning from it. We cannot let it win, and we cannot let it drive a wedge between our residents. So I end by saying I support Dr. Auger's recommendation and ask, please make masks optional in our schools and not just for the vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tiffany.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, great. All right, Tiffany McLeod, 170 Brookhaven Road, North Kingstown. I am asking you all to vote to make masks optional. I'm tired of asking you to do right by my children. I'm demanding you end this mask mandate, regardless of vaccination status. Almost all the speakers in favor of optional masking before me have presented personal examples of how masks have affected their children in a negative way. The comment from the middle school student alone should be reason enough to terminate this mandate. My heart breaks for all of you, and I agree. Enough is enough. They are asking for optional masking. Whoever wants to continue masking their children would be free to do so. This is a free country, and these are our children. It's time we start getting to decide what's best for them. Anyone who can sit here and say with a straight face they are in favor of a mask mandate staying in place is either a fool or doing it for political theater. Jen, I saw a photo of you recently in a shirt that said, "My body, my choice." I think it's a bit hypocritical for you to march around town screaming that and then try to tell us we can't decide what's best for our children and their bodies. Jenny, you are a speech pathologist. Out of everyone, you know exactly how harmful masks are for young children and their development. I also want to point out it's pretty embarrassing you guys are using a loophole that allows you to hide behind your screens because you're too afraid to face the parents of the children you've been hurting with your politics. Seeing as how you're all under federal investigation, I think the last thing you need is even more parents upset with you. Unmask our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Heather Murphy.
Good evening, Heather Murphy, 41 Mountain Laurel Way. Am I coming through okay?
You are, but there was just a really loud squeak, but I think it's okay.
Sorry. I could have turned my phone to airplane mode, apparently.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. I really I had something else prepared, but you know, there's so many people ahead of me, Miss Connors, Miss Pinheiro, Miss Raposa, Miss Wotherspoon, who really just grabbed the sentiment and went with it. And I echo everything they said. And I also emailed you guys this week, and I do hope you read it. I hope you're hearing loud and clear from your students tonight. That was pretty brave and very profound hearing what they deal with on a daily basis. I definitely support Dr. Auger's recommendation to remove the mask mandate, because let's face it, guys, the risk benefit calculation has dramatically changed. Even since August, it has. And I know you hear from me quite a bit where COVID is concerned. And ironically, it was probably about a year ago that I spoke to you from my computer begging you to get our high school students out of hybrid mode. And I asked you to please adjust to our current circumstances and get these kids in school. So I will again ask you to please adapt and vote yes to end this mask mandate. It is time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Janice Schmitz.
Hi, yes, this is Andrew Schmitz, 190 Carriage Hill Road, North Kingstown. So I'm just logging in tonight to say that I want to support removing the mask mandate as well for all students. I think it should be a parent's choice with their children. And regardless of vaccine status, I think that parents should have a right to make this choice. I want to applaud those students that stood up and told their stories today. I've heard a few different stories from my two children that are very similar, and it makes me disheartened to know that this is what's going on at our school. Makes me sad, actually. But I'd also like to see that the teachers get back to teaching our students rather than spending a portion of their day, how big or small that may be, policing the masks. So if they should be educating our children. And that's what I'd like to say. I hope that you vote to end this mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cassandra Grillo.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Cassandra Grillo, 110 Murray Ave, North Kingstown. I have one child in the Forest Park School. I just want to say that I have hearing loss and that I've had it since I was 3 years old, and I read lips. And as an adult, I struggle with hearing people with masks, and I constantly have to ask people to pull down their masks so I can understand them. If I was a child in school at this moment, I don't know how well I'd be doing and how much I would be absorbing. I am in favor of lifting the mask mandates. We as parents should have the choice. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Melinda's iPhone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, this is Melinda Barner. I'm at 180 Chaucer Drive in North Kingstown, Rhode Island. I am going to keep this as simple and quick as possible without getting too emotional. I'm going to back off of what Megan, Kim, Alicia, and Tiffany have said already, amongst all the other people who have spoken tonight and the amazing, brave students that came forward and talked about their personal experiences in the North Kingstown School Department. When it comes to the mask mandate, it's clear as day that this has caused issues for people across the board, whether it's students, parents. I have a stepson who is in the North Kingstown School Department, and it makes me extremely sad listening to him talk about how he doesn't have connections with his friends anymore that I've learned to love. And like, I listen to his stories all the time, but they are far and few in between. And it makes me sick and sad to even listen to anything that he has to say these days. I also have a 3-year-old who I am terrified to put into the school system because this whole mask mandate stuff is out of control. And yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. Let's end this mandate. Let's end it for all people across the board. Why do we have to wait? We go into stores, our kids come home, they're not wearing masks. They're not going out into the stores wearing masks. They're not going out to hang out with their friends wearing masks. They're not doing that. So why are we keeping them in quote unquote jail when they go to school? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amanda. Are you there? Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to call the next person and we'll try you again in a minute. Okay, so next is Jay McGuinn.
Good evening, Jim McGuinn, 412 Chimney Rock Drive, North Kingston. I think we all should thank the students who spoke. They're relating what I believe are draconian rules, especially in the cafeteria. There's no basis. I ran a FDA device manufacturer, which has basically the same level of clean rooms as a hospital OR. And it's ridiculous. You don't have surgeons and nurses not speaking in an OR with a patient, working on a patient. I mean, there's no sense in that. And I would ask that be the cafeteria policy be dropped immediately. And in the future, under Rhode Island law, you are required to have health and wellness meetings. You have a health and wellness subcommittee that hasn't met, hasn't talked about COVID during this whole thing. And the question is why? I know you don't like to answer, when people speak, but you also never answer the questions afterwards either. It would be very good for you to answer why the required under Rhode Island law, Health and Wellness Committee has not brought this up during all of COVID, and it should be discussed. The reason I wanted to speak tonight was really on the budget-related issue. Rhode Island Department of Ed, FY 2022 housing aid. Their requirements for forms and instructions. I'll read directly. As a result of the Auditor General's review of the school housing aid program and new legislative changes, several recommendations were implemented to bring clarity and transparency to longstanding practices and foster communication between the LEA and municipal employees regarding school housing aid. A requirement is all forms require the superintendent and municipal finance officer's signature. So can you please explain why the town finance director, municipal finance officer is not allowed to see the general ledger, the accounts of the school department? He has to sign off on it, but he can't see it. He doesn't have access to it. The town has to hire accountants to look at it and tell him, we think it's okay. That doesn't sound like transparency. That doesn't sound like clarity. He doesn't have access to the cash accounts. He has to sign off.
I could ask you to wrap up, please.
He has to sign off on Rhode Island Department of Education forms. He doesn't have access to do that. It's required under the charter. I have to tell you that this actually links to the investigation of the naked fat testing, because I think these things happen in a culture of secrecy.
If I could ask you to please wrap up, sir.
This only can happen in a culture of secrecy and arrogance, where there's intimidation, bullying, and retaliation. And I think that the two are linked.
Sir, you've gone over time. Thank you. Thank you. Next is, you know what, I have Amanda again, who had trouble, so I'm going to try to get her back. I don't know why you should be able to unmute, but I don't see the icon going away. It looks like you are still muted. Yeah, we can't hear you. I'm sorry. So I'm going to call the next person. You can try again. We'll hit the button one more time, but okay. So I'm going to go to S. Tingley.
Hi, Susanna Tingley, 750 Hatchery Road, North Kingstown. I fully support ending the mask mandate. but I really wanted to talk about the budget tonight. I know I sent an email to you all this week. I am concerned about the last minute additions to the budget. The hiring of 5 additional staff members, that's going to increase the budget by $578,000. I think that's a massive burden to place on taxpayers, and I have yet to see the justification for that. When the school committee approved using $340,000 in ESSER funds for mental health services, the school committee itself admitted that that is unsustainable, and 2 of these positions really fall into that category. So I would just ask you to, consider the present economy and the burden that budget additions are going to create to NK residents. I am disappointed to not see it where the top priorities and offsets and options that could be presented to the public prior to it being passed. Unfortunately, I wish Dr. Auger had done his presentation about the bathrooms. I do have a great concern at the high school. My understanding is that biological gender no longer is a consideration, it's gender identity. I was told that boys and girls will be sharing the bathrooms in all bathrooms at the high school, which I think leads to a lot of issues. But I'll reserve my comments on that until after your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give Amanda a try again. Sorry that you're having trouble. You should be able to unmute. I still can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to go to Rebecca Campbell. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, got you. Okay,
Sorry
hello.
about that. I wasn't sure if that was me or you. I just want to thank you for your time. And
Sorry, if you could do a name and address, please.
It's Rebecca Campbell, Ferry Road, Saunderstown, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
I emailed all of you today with some video and some email as well. But I just wanted to support unmasking our students. It's been 2 long years. I think hearing a lot of the testimony tonight, listening to a lot of the parents, and it is time. It's time to give up that power. It's time to allow our children to be able to have some normalcy. I chose to homeschool my children due to the mask. It's been 2 years. I think there's about 5,000 students in the state that opted not to send their kids to public school. It's a big concern, but we knew this was going to happen. There was going to be a lot of mental concerns with our children. To have children sit at lunch in silence, I just don't know how we can allow that to happen day in and day out when 70,000 people are at a Super Bowl without masks, when we can spend our weekends with family and friends and be normal, and then expect our kids to go to school and sit across from each other and not speak to each other. I don't know how you can sleep at night. So it's pretty disgusting. So I think it's time to let it go. It's time to let us live with this. It's time to have parent choice. And if people feel more comfortable letting their children, be in mask, then I think that should be their choice. I also think that there should be a policy passed that if there is moving forward a mask discussion, that it should continue to be parent choice. We're at the point that our parents should be making health decisions for their children. So I appreciate your time, and I hope that you're all hearing what we're saying tonight and that you stop the mask mandate in North Kingstown.
Thank you. I'm going to try Amanda again. Sorry you're having trouble. Let's see if we can get you in. Oh, you blinked for a second. Are you there? Still can't hear you. I'm sorry. So I'm going to go to the next person, which is Melanie.
Hi, Melanie Mendoza, 110 Fieldstone Lane, Saunderstown.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for the forum. I was going to say kind of a weird format to have the recommendation read first. My initial reaction was how much influence are we going to have if it's already typed and dated? But I like the recommendation, and I was so happy that that was the way this meeting was set off, and I really support everyone who spoke to get rid of the mask mandate. So I'm not going to extend my answer on that. But I do think I have something to offer with the co-ed bathroom situation. I have two nieces who are dealing with gender identity challenges, and this is new to my family and an educational experience. And just to throw this perspective into your decision-making process as you pursue this, my one niece who's a transgender male now, every day is really wanting to pass as a boy to go in the bathroom. And it's just interesting because I hadn't experienced this type of challenge, but it's really a validation experience that they're being accepted for who they are. I want to say this publicly because I feel like it takes, some really cautious thought in both, one, that it could be potentially dangerous to some degree for these type of bathrooms to exist. But why aren't we exploring, similar to in the airport where you have a family bathroom? Why isn't there a singular bathroom situation that's non-gender, non-binary, however that may be, that gives those folks an option? I feel like it would be an inclusive option without potential dangers, because there's lots of bad people in general all over the place, and things happen on either side, all sides of the fence. But as a way to offer inclusion and for people to be who they want to be, I feel like that should be an option on the table as you all explore it. And thank you so much for putting up with aggression on either sides of the fence here. Everything's so left and so right. The reality is, regardless of what we're registered as, most of us are moderate. So thank you for the good work you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try one more time for Amanda here. So just to remind you, if you need to unmute, it's in the participants tab in the Zoom. If you're on a cell phone, it would be *9. I'll give it one more try. It did look like for a second you were unmuted before, but we couldn't hear you. Okay, I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. So I have Keith Mercado. Whoops, sorry, that's the timer from the last person. Keith Mercado Lazarski.
Hi, thank you. Keith Mercado Lazarski, 673 Tower Hill Road. I just want to issue support.
Say the town, sorry.
Keith Mercado Lazarski, 673 Tower Hill Road, North
The
Kingstown.
town. There you go, got it. Thanks.
Oh, okay. I'd just like to issue support for the current proposal for the unmasking and going forward with the flexibility to react to outbreaks as they occur. I'm a little disappointed in some of the language that's being shared in the fact that the district was only responding to an executive order and can't really supersede that. And it's a lot of blame is being issued upon the district when you have to follow what the law is. So going forward, if another executive order is issued, you got to follow it. But I do agree with the data that's coming in that masking should be optional going forward after March 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give it one last try for Amanda here. Sorry, again, I apologize that we can't hear you, but okay. So sorry, weren't able to hear you this evening, but I want to thank everyone for speaking.
Hey, Greg, I'm sorry to budget.
Sure, yeah.
I have Amanda on my cell phone.
If you want to hold it up to the thing, sure. We'll do whatever we can to let someone talk. Okay, so
she's on my speakerphone.
I'll take it however we can. So so if she could speak and we'll just make sure we can hear you.
Hi, Greg. Thank you for your patience. Amanda DeSantis, 30 Noshawn Court, North Kingstown. I just wanted to say thank you to the school committee for listening to all perspectives tonight, especially when it comes to the mask mandates. I feel like I probably come from a unique position. My daughter has significant special needs. She had RSV as a baby, almost died of pneumonia at 3, has developmental disabilities. And I know many of the kids that are in her class are in very immune compromised positions. And the difficult part is they have the right to an education too. So I don't know what the perfect solution is. So I'm not sitting here saying that one thing or the other should be done, but I do think things such as vaccinations should be considered, or current COVID status should be considered, or possibly some sort of, if peers wanted to interact with some of the kids, that maybe during that time they would consider wearing a mask, just out of respect for the kids that, again, are in serious health positions. And they have the right to the education too. And I'm disappointed to hear that parents think that other parents are fools. I don't consider myself a fool. I'm just a parent that's in a unique position that many parents might not be in the position to know. And I understand that, but I just hope that maybe there would be some sort of consideration or some sorts of things maybe put into place if the mask policy is dropped that would protect those students as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to get you on. I'll take a creative solution. Thank you. Okay, so that's the last person that I saw who wanted to speak. So again, thank you to everyone who spoke. And again, as I mentioned, I mean, the idea behind putting Dr. Ajay's proposal first is I really thought that, it would help for people to know what they were commenting on. And we'll move on now to a discussion among the school committee, and having had unanimous consent earlier to pull this agenda forward, because I know that there are a lot of people here that are here for this. I'm aware of that, and you're welcome to stay for the whole meeting, but you might want to move on. So we'll move on to discussion. So the first thing that I need to start a discussion would be a motion from a member of the school committee. If someone wants to make a motion to approve the superintendent's proposed mask policy, that would be a place to start.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Hoskins and a second from Ms. Hildebrand. Okay, any discussion from any members?
The only thing that I want to put out there, I'm in support of eliminating the mandate, but as a couple people touched upon tonight, we do have a medically fragile population in our school. And we also have one school where the vaccination rate is around 25%. I would like to, I know that we have made a substantial push to do outreach and everything at Quinnesset. That's the school that only has such a low vaccination rate. But I just think it's important that as a district, we do everything that we can to really encourage vaccination there. So I'd just like to make sure that we look at, have we done everything that we possibly can to make sure that, access, opportunity, and all that stuff. That's my only thing. And then the other thing, and I thank Kim Lanway for bringing it up, the lunch thing, I think that definitely, I don't know if this is part of that, but there's no reason why they can't be talking at lunch if they're going to be outside of mass in a week. So if there's a way to get that off the table, that would be great.
Thank you. Mrs. Hildebrand, I saw you put your hand up too.
Yep. So I have a question for Dr. Ajay, and also I have a comment. So I'll start with the question. I'm wondering if there's been any conversation by the Department of Health, the Department of Ed, around the changing the playbook, if the quarantine rules are staying the same, because I know that there was an adjustment to quarantine for close contacts, and some of that was based on masking. So I'm not sure if they have talked about if anything is going to change once a mandate or LEA policy changes.
Yeah, I was online with members of the Department of Health this morning as an officer in the RISA Association. That came up, but they did not indicate that they're changing quarantining guidelines and that sort of thing. But we did express it as an issue because now, in all likelihood, you're going to be sitting next to a person in class who is not masked, and some of those guidelines have been dependent on people wearing masks. So that is something we've asked them to give us advice on. We're expected to hear about this advice as of Friday for school administrators. So once I learn more about that, I will report at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. That will be really helpful for us to definitely keep an eye on. And then I guess I just want to reiterate what Mrs. Lima just said, and really urge our community to use compassion and empathy for those children and or students and teachers who elect to wear the mask because they have they're immune compromised, there's a family member who they live with who's high risk, or they have friends or siblings, or who, it really doesn't even matter. I just want us all to continue to remember that while we're making a decision to allow for choice, that there will be people who choose to still wear a mask for whatever reason, for a personal reason. And I just want to make sure that we remain compassionate to those individuals.
Thank you. Ms. Hoskins?
I just want to say I've been called out several times as a speech language pathologist. I also want to say that we were following a governor's mandate, and that at the beginning of this school year, we had decided to make it a parent choice. I work with very medically fragile children. We have face masks and masks depending on who we are working with in our office. And yes, I agree that there are more kids with speech and language issues because of masks. There's no doubt about that. That being said, for everybody who keeps calling me out publicly, I just have a problem with that. So I just had to throw that out there. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Comments too, Greg.
Mr. Mather?
Yeah, I'm going to probably be a bit of an outlier in this whole conversation, but I just want to sort of express what I expressed when we voted on the initial mask mandate, which seems like forever ago. Although my personal level of comfort has increased dramatically, and in part, well, almost entirely due to the fact that pretty much everybody that's in our schools right now has the option to be vaccinated. That wasn't the case back then, and we had a policy, and the policy is still on the table right now. It's overruled by the governor's mandate that refers to levels of transmission within our community. I'm a dad. I've got 2 kids that go to the public schools here as well. And I'm fine making health decisions for my 2 kids. What I'm not fine with is making health decisions for 4,000 other kids in our community. We have guidance and we have agencies that do that for us. And when I log into the CDC website right now and read that during levels of substantial and high transmission, masking is still required. And you click on the level, the link that says level of high transmission, and we are at the highest transmission right now. I just have a real problem acting as a health professional when we're not health professionals. We're elected officials that have, in my opinion, no right to be making this decision whatsoever.
But I think we also have to look at that the transmission level and the hospitalization level, like they're very different with the Omicron virus or the Omicron variant, and taking that data into account, I think, is very important as well.
I understand that, but when it says very clearly underneath their graphics that because of this number, everybody should be wearing masks indoors. That's not me. That's the Center for Disease Control making a recommendation that everybody with this level of transmission, or every county with this level of transmission, should be wearing a mask indoors. We shouldn't be making this decision. And granted, the Department of Health empowers us to do that. That's their word, empowers, which I think is awful, because they're the Department of Health. We are elected officials. We shouldn't be in this position, but unfortunately, here we are.
I really appreciate the way that you always say what you believe. I really admire that. And I agree with you, because we had the same conversation, you know, in the beginning of the year. We're not health professionals. We shouldn't, you know, be making those decisions. And I still don't think that we should substitute our judgment. I agree with you there. My concern is that I think that those entities are being very slow to move on this change. You know, we've seen the indoor mask mandate drop. We've seen, you know, dropping infection rates, higher vaccination rates, and all that stuff. And I think at this point, we've kind of hit the point in the scale where the impact to the student in terms of continuing to mask them is greater than the risk of allowing people to take their masks off. And that's why, you know, I had one parent send me a note that said like their child's in like 2nd grade and has never seen their teacher, you know, articulate sounds, and they don't know how to, and I think those are the things that for me really weigh on the fact that, as somebody said tonight, we have seen the impact of continued masking.
And I 100% understand that, and I sympathize with that. And this is, I mean, this is the hardest conversation and the hardest decision that I've ever had. I mean, that it is, but at the end of the day, if we don't follow our recommendations and our guidance, particularly from the highest authority, then what are we doing? And that sounds cold, and it sounds not, it doesn't sound like I have any compassion, and I do. I don't want to see my kids come home, and I don't want to, like, maybe this is too much information, but my son has a very significant speech issue. He's got a very, very significant stutter, and I've seen that increase exponentially in the last 1.5 to 2 years. And we thought it was going in the right direction. And I know what that is, and I know where that's coming from. And I know it's coming from a place of anxiety and stress. And as a dad, I'd be happy to make that decision for him. But as an elected official, I can't make that. I won't make that decision, or I can't make that decision for 4,000 other kids.
So, Mr. Mather, I hear everything you're saying. I look at it a little differently. The state of Rhode Island, and more particularly the governor of Rhode Island, has shown that they have the power to mandate masking should they feel that it is the appropriate thing to do. And the simple proof of that is they have done so. We do not have the power to say to the kids in North Kingstown, you do not need to wear masks in school tomorrow. We can't do that. We can do it after March 4th, but we can't do that now. So for me, if the experts wanted to do that, they would, and they're not. They are specifically telling us that that mandate is expiring. And as a result, I think that we are in a very different situation that we were in the last time we discussed this issue, which I believe was in August. At that point, vaccinations were unavailable for elementary school students. They are now available to all, but I think that, you know, the youngest preschoolers and maybe the youngest kindergartners at this point. I'm not an expert on the exact age because I don't have little kids. It's a very different situation. And I also, you know, you can't ignore the fact that everywhere else you go, there's no more masking. The mandate for stores and things like that to have unvaccinated people wear masks, that's expired. All in Rhode Island, the experts have allowed all of those mandates to expire. And I'm just not in a position, like you said, to second guess that. If they want to mandate masking, then we would have masking. If they don't want to, and they've determined it's not necessary, then I think we follow suit. And that's where I stand. So I support the superintendent's proposals. Anyone else have any other comments? We have a motion and a second, so we could vote at this point. All right, so if we don't have any other comments, the motion was to approve the superintendent's proposed mask policy. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Mr. Mather?
Nay.
So that passes 4-1, 4 yeses, 1 no. I just want to remind people, Dr. Ajay, I'm sure you'll be doing communication with the school community. Just some things that I mentioned before. Number one is that we don't have the power to do it before March 4th and the governor's order expires. That's, it would be the week after school vacation. After that Friday, the following week is the week that this would go into effect. And number two, we can do nothing about the federal mandate on school buses. And it's very important that parents understand you're still going to have a mask in your pocket for your kid when they're on the bus. That's a national rule that we have no control over. It's not a state rule. Can't yell at the governor on that one. The federal government needs to make that change. And when they do, we don't have a policy that would change, that would require it. So as soon as the federal government removes that requirement, then bus masks wouldn't be required anymore either.
I will send a notice to the community tomorrow.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you everyone for speaking. And I apologize just to everyone as a whole. I try to answer emails. We got way more emails than I think we could all say that we could answer. But we did, I can speak for myself that I did read them all, and we did hear all the folks this evening, and thank you all for coming out. So we have other things on our agenda, actually a lot. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's report. So Dr. Ajay, if you could give an update on the high school restroom, the proposed school calendar. I just want to make a note to anyone watching. We wanted to get this calendar out to the public for comments, so we're not going to vote on it this evening. It's out there. If you have things to say about it, you can reach out to each of us. The only thing I'm getting ahead of myself here, Dr. Ajay, but there are no easy answers with school calendars. Everything you move on one side moves things on the other side. Every time you fix this, you break something else. There's no way to make everyone happy. This is what we're starting with, and we'll go from there with comments people have. And snow days, which is another one that Dr. Ajay, I'm sure you will admit, no matter what you do, nobody likes it. So I'll hand it over to you.
Yay, 3 topics that will not please everybody. Great. So first, start with the gender neutral bathrooms at the high school. Follow up, we have a solution that includes using, making a number of spaces single user spaces, including the bathroom on the second floor that we talked about. We are having a little issue with getting the right lock. We want a lock that people can lock behind them for privacy, but also one that in the event that an administrator needs to enter the room, they're able to do so. So we're working that out. That will be in that bathroom on the second floor that we talked about last time. We're also going to retrofit a faculty single-use room also on the second floor for the same purpose. As needed, we will install those with those cafeteria, the auditorium bathrooms, and the sports wing bathroom as well. So that should take care of a number of options for students who want that. On the calendar, I would like to share my screen on that for you. So as you can see, the calendar for next year starts with a number of things that we have traditionally done in North Kingstown, and this is based on surveys to the community, roughly going back 8 to 10 years now. We are a community that generally starts after Labor Day. I'm not so sure that given everything I'm going to talk to you about tonight, that the committee will want to stick with that. This year we need to close on the 13th of September for primary day, and on the 8th of November for election day. That doesn't necessarily happen every year. It happens when you have an election and a primary. So this year there are 2 days that we need to make room for. We also, based on surveys in the past, have gone to having the February break be not a full week of 4 days being eaten up for vacation, but 1 day, which would extend the weekend and make it a Friday, Monday long weekend with the President's Day holiday. We have we have 3 of our professional development days up front, so they're August 30th, 31st, and the 1st. And our fourth professional development day coincides with a professional day that is on the state recommended calendar, which is March 13th. We like March 13th because there's a long period between that long weekend in February and the break in April. And it's a good place to kind of put a long weekend, at least for the students. It will be a long weekend. The April break happens to be in the second week of April this year, and it coincides with the 7th of April, which is Good Friday. So it extends the break a little bit. Other than that, that means the school year already ends on June 19th. For those of you paying attention, that is Juneteenth. But that is not it is a national holiday. It is not a state holiday, and it is not a holiday that needs to be you need to close school for. It can be something where, if you're going to make an observance of Juneteenth, you can certainly do so in school. So there is that. Now you'll see there are 5 days built in after that. Those are for snow days if we should need them. But as you can see, if we take up all 5 days, we're getting into the last week of June again. And particularly in a year where you have primary day and election day, and you are a district that demands to start after Labor Day, which means you're already starting on the 6th of September and not, say, somewhere in the last week of August, that's going to mean you're going to run late into June. And when we asked this question years ago, do you want to start after Labor Day? The answer was yes. But I think if we ask the question, do you want to start after Labor Day, if that means you go into the last week of June, potentially, I'm not so sure people would feel the same way. So this is what I'm proposing tonight. As Mr. Blasball mentioned, it's not up for a vote. But if any members of the committee would like me to queue up another version with something that you want to add or take away or move, for instance, starting the school year in the last week of August instead of the first week of September, I am open to do that, and I'm open to bring that back to you on March 8th for further discussion and a vote one way or another. I'll take any questions anyone may have.
I have a couple. So I appreciate you putting this together. I know, like you said, it's kind of like a piece of the pie. One thing goes and the rest of them fall. We had talked about the calendar at the DEI subcommittee meeting about the need to be inclusive and how to balance which holidays to observe and which ones to note and that type of thing. I would like the opportunity to bring this back to them, to have them review it now that we have the actual calendar. There's several complaints were received last year about the beginning of the school year co-signing with Rosh Hashanah, and they were forced to choose whether to go to school for the first day or observe the holiday. I know there's no conflict with the start of the school this year, but I'd like to look at the fact that we're providing for Christian holidays within our calendars, but not any others. So if there's a way for you to do another option, noting some of those observances, that would be great. And, you've mentioned a couple times tonight about the beginning and the starting end. And the last time we did the poll, I think was, like you said, 8 years ago. Do we have time to do another quick one to see if the majority of our district still prefers those things? Those are my questions and comments.
I'm happy to do a survey if the committee wants me to. I think there's always a problem with a survey asking about taking school off for a particular religious holiday, like a Jewish holiday. Obviously.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking of that because the percentage of people in this community are so skewed. I was more thinking about like the starting and the ending date. Like, do we start before Labor Day? Do we start after?
That could be easily done, and I can get that back to you and with an alternative option on March 8th. Yes.
Bill, I would also like to, if you're gonna do a study, also ask about, I know teachers had come at the high school and asked for the Friday, Monday, but the other districts that have those days off are Monday, Tuesday, and it makes it very difficult for families to do anything if my kids have, or your kids or their kids have Friday, Monday off, and their parents have Monday, Tuesday off, and revisit that if we're not taking the week off.
I can queue up an option on that.
That becomes an issue as well.
Yeah, I can cue that up. That came to us as a request from, as you mentioned, Ms.
I
Hoskins, from the
understand it
teachers.
came,
Right.
it came from a teacher at the high school and,
Yes.
and based on, and I don't know if that still exists, that scheduling conflict, but I do think that it's, if you're taking away the break, now you're taking away any chance of the family doing something as a unit because of when, if the majority of the state has Monday, Tuesday off, and we're one of the only districts that have Friday, Monday off.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say to that, Ms. Hoskins, is it's the classic example of, yeah, you might align our calendar to one district, but yet it throws it off at a different district, you know, everything.
Right, but Greg, I think most of
Yeah.
the districts have Monday, Tuesday, so I just would love to know at the superintendent's meeting, if they're not taking the whole week off, what if any other district has Friday, Monday besides Jamestown?
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, then I think we're good on the calendar, Dr. Auger.
Okay.
With further discussion to come.
And that leads into snow days. You know, with the days that we've had recently, you know, people have asked about that, and they know that some other districts have done DL days. We made a conscientious decision early on that we would do our best not to utilize DL days for those. We did, I think, 1 or 2 of them a year or 2 ago, and we just were not impressed with the results. We also feel like, first and foremost, students are just less engaged on a DL day. And if we had a choice to have all of our students in or have them engaging with their teachers via Zoom, there's just no comparison. So if we can get a full regular day in, that is better. But there's also issues for, you know, the very young who have difficulty engaging on Zoom, or special education students who may just go a day without any services because of this. We don't, you know, sometimes we can tell, but a lot of times we can't tell if we're going to experience significant power outages, which may affect a teacher's ability to get on or a lot of students' ability to get on. It also is a problem for teachers who have kids at home that they need to be responsible for and paying attention to, but at the same time, they're also at home trying to lead a classroom. You know, so we're just looking at, you know, more days, better engaged with the entire population. But that being said, again, that may be a very good argument to start, you know, that last week of August instead of the first week of September. Because if you do get a year where you have to utilize, say, 5 full snow days, that's just another thing that's going to take you into that last week of June, when I think most people would prefer, you know, to finish around mid-June. So, you know, just another point to think about. I just wanted to make that point because I got a few emails from members of the community asking how come we're not doing DL days, and that is the reason. We could do, you know, have something where we utilize snow days to a certain point, then go to DL days, but the DL day is a lot to ramp up for. It's definitely a lot more work than people realize, and the outcome is just not nearly as good. Really, the only benefit you get from it is you can leave a day earlier in June. That's about it. So I don't know if anyone has any particular questions about that, but that takes care of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, if not, we'll move on the agenda. Just to make a point, so I meant to do this earlier, but I apologize. We did run late with our executive session. We actually did not conclude our executive session. We recessed it. So it's premature to deal with item A, which would be sealing or disclosing any executive session votes. What's going to happen is we're going to complete our public agenda. We'll have another motion to recess into executive session, and then we will take up in another public session at the end those 2 items. So we're going to pass those now for later in the meeting. So we've reached the consent agenda. I need to exempt item D3 in the consent agenda.
I'd like
Anyone
to,
else?
yeah, D2, please.
D2. Any others?
I think it was D2 that I wanted to exempt as well.
Okay. Then at that point, I'd ask for a motion to approve the remaining non-exempted consent agenda items.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hoskins,
Second.
second from Ms. Lima. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. So the first exempted item is D2. This is a personnel item, so we can have do you have anything to discuss, or is it simply you just want to break it out to vote?
I'd like to break it out to vote.
Okay, so then I'd ask for a motion to D2. Sorry, motion to approve item D2.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Hildebrand. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Hoskins. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so that passes 3-2. I voted yes. Ms. Hildebrand voted yes. Ms. Hoskins voted yes. Mr. Mather voted no. Ms. Lima voted no. Next, we have unfinished business. Mrs. King, anything on the 2021-22 school budget?
Greg, you exempted D3.
Oh, I did, and I forgot to do it. My apologies. Let's roll back for a second. D3, with unanimous consent, we table that item. That's not ready for an approval yet. Any objections? Okay, sorry about that. So we're going to table D3. And now Mrs. King.
No, nothing on 21-22 unless there are any questions that might happen to come up when we're looking at FY23.
Okay. So then 2022-23 school budget, just as a reminder, tonight is the night we need to approve a bottom line number to present to the town. For those of you, we have a lot of people in the audience today because of some of the topics. And just to do a little explanation, if you're new to our school committee meetings, so you know how this works. So this evening, the school department will be approving our budget request to the town. What we do is we say, in order to do our budget, we need X number of dollars from the town of North Kingstown. At which point during their budget discussions, the town council will determine how much they are allocating to the North Kingstown School Department. It could be what we asked for, it could be less, it could be more. And then at that point, before that happens, there are two public budget discussions that happen, one for the town budget, one for the school budget, which are public forums that any member of the public have the opportunity to weigh in on. The town council approves the budget, at which point we need to reconcile our budget to theirs, which means that if they give us less funding than we requested, we need to reduce items in our budget to balance that out. So step number one is to approve our ask. Dr. Auger had presented some information that was requested from members at the last meeting. And Mrs. King, do you have any, or anyone, I don't know the best way to either have you.
I can start the conversation. So perfect. So at the last meeting, we spoke about a few things that, if I could, add anything to our budget, these would be the things in my priority. I have no misgivings at all about the point made by a teacher in the district about how we need more teaching assistants and teachers pretty much at every level. I would totally agree with that. But one thing that we never, and in the history of this department, to my knowledge, have gone to is an assistant principal for the elementary level. This year is a good case in point. Hamilton Elementary had a disruption with their principal out. We have someone who is managing there, and he's doing a tremendous job, by the way. But that piece where you have an assistant principal at the middle school or the high school, and a couple of those schools are even, a couple of our elementaries are even a greater population than in Wickford Middle School, for instance. Over there, if a principal has to be out, there is an assistant principal that can, seamlessly continue moving forward with all the initiatives and know exactly what needs to be done. So if you're asking me, what I think is an absolute priority in this district that we need to get to, it is building up a bench of assistant principals, and I would suggest two of them, one to be shared by the large populations at Stony Lane and Hamilton, and one to be housed for 3 days at Quidnesset with a day each at Fishing Cove and Forest Park. Those would, people would definitely get to know those schools well, and would get to know elementary administration well, and be a couple of people that we could count on to cover when a principal is out, and possibly to, move into the principal slot when that becomes available. That's what we do with, that's, why school departments hire assistant principals. So I think it would be definitely a great investment. Problem is, you all know what we're up against budget-wise. And no, I do not have any, ready offsets for you to say I could easily do without something else in the budget that I've already presented. Stand by the budget I've already presented. We've had a discussion about that, even with adding, fund balance money that we've dedicated to do. We are now, over 4% with that extra money. The town allocation we're asking for is about 3.35%. With about $350,000 or so before we hit 4% in our ask from the town. We know that's going to be a difficult ask. I respect that, but I also, I'm making one last effort to address that priority, and if possible, the others that are on my list as well. So I'll take any questions if anyone wants to pursue this any further.
So certainly, I mean, at this point, as we discussed last meeting, we wanted to get a little more information back. We're at the point where we're past the time where we can get any more information. If anyone wants to make, at this point, there's a proposed budget from the superintendent that is on the table. If anyone wants to add or subtract to that budget, they'd need to make a motion doing that. And then Mrs. King will, as she does, run a spreadsheet and calculate the effect that has on the bottom line that we need to ask the town for.
So I'd like to just make a comment. I appreciate the administration pulling together the information that we asked for. That was very helpful. And as much as I agree that assistant vice principals or assistant principals at the elementary schools would be helpful, and hopefully one day down the road we can get there. Right now, I'm not able to support that. I think that there are other more pressing needs for positions that we already have. I would like to see us, I'm going to make a motion to increase the current budget in order to provide for the elementary social worker, the district special ed teacher, and the school psychologist. There's a lot of mental health needs. I don't see those going away. If things improve, then maybe we could actually make things better instead of just, treading water. Research shows that students are more likely to seek counseling when services are available in schools. And I think that it's part of conducive learning. Kids don't just bring their brains to school, they bring their whole bodies, and they bring everything that comes with them, with their life. And I think that, we can do better in this area than we currently have. So that's the motion that I'm going to make.
Okay, so there's a motion. Do we have a second?
I'd like to second that.
We have a second from Mr. Mather. So I'm going to sort of start out the discussion. Mrs. King, if you could tell me what that adds to the bottom line, if approved.
Yes, so if those three positions are approved, it would add $288,000 to the bottom line. It would bring your ask for the town allocation to 3.86% over this fiscal year.
Thank you. So any discussion? So I'll reiterate what, Ms. Hildebrand, you almost look like you were about to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'll go next.
Okay, so, oh gosh, this is so tough. I mean, obviously, I don't think any of us are going to argue that there isn't need, right? There's need everywhere. I absolutely think that there is an enormous need for mental health services, at the elementary school level, at the middle school level, really across the board. I'm just really concerned about the bottom line ask. And more than that, I'm really concerned about the funding formula and what will happen to the school funding formula. So I just read an article yesterday that says that the General Assembly is taking back up that work. They met in 2020 before COVID to refigure the funding formula. And they have acknowledged that there is some ongoing issues with districts who are of very high need, receiving less of the support by the state. And so that potentially means a district like North Kingstown could receive additional cuts. And I'm really concerned about what's going to happen in the future, next year, the year after. And when we add positions like this, it becomes permanent. And so we add these positions and we then have a cut in our state aid. That's significant for when we're doing a budget season next year. So I'm really worried about that. Like, I don't feel like we don't have a need. Like, I get it, but I'm worried about that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And that's probably similar to what Greg is going to say.
Yeah, I mean, just to remind, and again, I sometimes when we have this many people in a meeting, there are a lot of people who may be first time attendees and not that familiar with how budgets work and everything. I just want to point out, not so much for my colleagues here, but members of the public, there's a big difference between, what we call capital spending and operating spending. So if we decide that, we need to fix some windows and we pay for it, we're not going to need to fix those windows next year. We might need to fix other windows, but we don't need to fix those. It's a one-time expense until years roll around and it needs to be repaired. It has a very different effect on the budget than adding employees. When you've added employees, you have guaranteed expenses every single year going forward until you get rid of that employee. And once you've started, not to say that these services are not needed, but it is a whole lot easier to just throw a new position in than it is to figure out what you do when you don't have that anymore. And I am very, very concerned about the long-term sustainability of the school budget. We are already allocating, and we have had a number of, during COVID, very unusual budget years. It has been, budgeting is about, it's almost synonymous with guessing. It's a very, very educated scientific guess, but you are trying to figure out what you think you are going to need and what you're going to spend money on next year. No one knows that. You do what you think. And COVID threw a wrench in all of that, which has meant that, we have not used all of our funds. We have significant surpluses in those COVID years, and we're allocating portions of those funds to plug a budget hole already. And Dr. Ajay made that point. We are using our fund balance, meaning our savings account money, to pay for recurring expenses right now. And that we committed to do that to help the town council balance their budget and to try to keep our tax rates under control. And I support that we did it, but to add more at this point, I just don't think it's sustainable. And there are so many factors in years down the road that are going to be affecting this school budget. I do not want to be setting up future school committees for failure. The funding formula, as Ms. Hildebrand said, is very much up in the air. North Kingstown is not going to be a winner. The best we can hope for is maybe we are able, and I tell this to politicians when I speak to them all the time, if we get some, they're able to do a hold harmless, meaning we're not going to make it worse for you. We're going to allocate new resources somewhere else, but we won't make it worse for you. But it's often a zero-sum game. Every dollar that they need to send to another district has to come from somewhere, and it's going to be us, not them. I'm also very concerned about, charters. The charter schools enrollment has always been a big factor in our budget. And lastly, we have an extraordinarily successful career and technical education program that is a tremendous, frankly, it's a moneymaker. It's a plus to our district. It is money that we are able to generate by providing excellent programs to our own students, providing excellent programs to students in neighboring districts, and it results in a positive to our budget. And should the rules change or enrollment in those programs change for any reason, we lose that plus, and we need to make up for it somewhere. And those are all reasons that, as I said at our last meeting, while I completely understand the desire to add these things, and I don't doubt the need, I am not going to vote a yes unless we are able to find something that's basically a reprioritization. What is it that we used to do that maybe we don't need to do as much anymore that could provide the funds that we're looking for? But you'd be talking $288,000, and that would be a really hard offset to fund. So in case you couldn't figure it out, it doesn't have my support, though.
And
appreciate-
I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the factual information and the numbers. And I'm also very cognizant of, having a sustainable budget and, making sure that the tax burden isn't increased. But I really think like a budget reflects your values. And what we have continually said is that we are just holding on with the current proposed budget. And I think that in order to maintain the quality of the school district, I mean, people move here because of the schools, but eventually they're going to stop if we're not providing the things that, all of us moved here for so many years ago. And I just think we are shooting ourselves in the foot if we're not even asking for the full 4% that by law we're allowed to ask for. And
yeah, and I'd like to follow up and second what Jen just said, and also apologize. 2 weeks ago, I obviously misspoke. I was basing my calculations on the entire budget and not the town allocation portion of the budget. So I was thinking it was a number that was nearly 2.5 times that size, and it's not. It's $365,000 to bring us up to 4% of an ask. And it's not the 800 or 900 that I thought it was before. So I apologize for that rookie move, but also agree with Jen that if we're not continually making improvements to our district, especially at the teacher level, like a number, well, at least a person said today in public comment. And perhaps not right now at the administration level, not that I don't disagree that we desperately need assistant principals at the high school, or I'm sorry, at the middle or the elementary schools. But those bottom three, the social worker, the special education, and the school psychologists, I think are tremendously important right now. And it does, it brings us up to a 3.86% ask, like Mary said. And I'd just like to reiterate that that's just an ask. And it's not a commitment at this point, I don't think. We will likely be back here. We'll certainly be back here reevaluating the numbers once the town does allocate funds. But at this point, it's an ask.
Any other comments? If not, we do have a motion and a second on the table.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would just like to point out a couple of things. So again, this isn't a commentary on whether or not we should make any ads or anything or not, but I probably could have had a list of about 1,000 things on here. But one thing that you did bring up was the state aid. That funding formula has expired, and they are going to be looking for changing that funding formula. We've always said that North Kingstown probably will not be a winner in that funding formula reallocation. We're usually not. The employee attrition number in the budget, I increased dramatically based on staffing shortages that we've seen over the last couple of years. That'll need to be reviewed going forward. But there's a pretty big number in there. So the way that works is we have our staff budgeted as they would be with their employees, their steps, their health and dental. And then sort of on the backside, there's an $800,000 reduction to those numbers to account for employee attrition. And that could be anything from a top step teacher who retires, replaced with a lower step teacher. It's when somebody leaves a job and it's that time frame to fill that position. It's also people that maybe don't come back at the beginning of the year. CTE tuitions are going to be a hot topic in FY23. RIDE determined that there were no substantially similar CTA programs in the state of Rhode Island. And what that meant was that students would be free to go where they wanted to go for their programs, and that the sending district would need to pay that. We are going to be on the receiving end of 2 disputes from 2 districts that we just found out from the last meeting that do not agree with that. And I can tell you that if both of those districts win, our CTE numbers will go to 0. Fund balance, we noted that we had agreed that our FY21 surplus of $1.5 million would be spread out $500,000 a year into the general fund. FY22, the year we're in, FY23 and FY24, that is automatically setting up a structural deficit in each of those years. Our federal ESSER funds, we know they're gonna be expiring in FY23 and FY24. Typically, when you add services, especially the ones that are as important as the ones that we're adding with these ESSER funds, because many of them are not one time, it is going to be exceedingly difficult to pull those services away. We have 2 expiring union contracts this year, the teacher's contract and the support staff contract. We've budgeted for those as much as we can, but we do not know where those will land. And future technology needs have not been operationalized. So in other words, they're not included in our operating budget. And we do know going forward, there will be refresh and other technology that's needed. And then one last point, to go back to the state aid, or to go back to the 4% that we can ask for. Dr. Auger and I have been saying for many years that this 4% number, and I'm not going to say it's arbitrary, but I'm going to say that this 4% number was chosen by the General Assembly many years ago. And somebody's going to need to take another look at this 4%, because North Kingstown and other districts have fallen behind year after year. 4%, especially with the inflation that we're seeing in this current federal administration that is utterly out of control, is going to put most districts way behind the 8 ball. 4% is a small number when you're talking about just your general modest staffing increases and salary increases, our healthcare increases. And I am thinking that the next few years are going to be very difficult with the cost of everything going up. We have not seen large increases in healthcare in North Kingstown. Will we in FY23? I'm not sure yet. I don't have those numbers. But it is likely that at some point those numbers will come home to roost also. I think the reason why we haven't seen a lot of increases in the last couple of years is because sadly people have not been utilizing their healthcare services. That's all going to come back as well. So as your financial person, it's important, I think, that you understand these things and you make your decisions based on the information that I can provide you at the time. Right now, as Mr. Blasbog said, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do see trends in things and upcoming issues that the district will likely face in the next several years.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hildebrand.
Let's ask one clarification question to Mrs. King. The CTE dispute, you mean that the enrollment from those districts would go to 0, right? Not just not CTE enrollment overall. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about, is all the money. So the money that we bring in is not only a testament to the hard work of the high school staff that takes care of this, but it's actually, we are actually reducing our town ask allocation by all that funding, and we have for years. So multi-millions of dollars we have brought into this district with the CTE funding. And the 2 districts right now that we have that are especially one district, very large sender, if our program is deemed substantially similar to theirs, we will lose significant amounts of money.
But that's program by program. We have 4 programs in the district. If Warwick says, for instance, that we put together a robotics program, we think it's significantly similar. That could mean that students from Warwick coming to us for that particular program, it in all likelihood wouldn't mean all of the programs all at once, and probably be kind of a smattering of different districts with different programs. But it
I
could
get
mean
it,
a lot,
but if
no doubt about it.
But there's significant federal funding for CTE. Right. So it behooves a district to create their own CTE if they are sending a lot of their students out of district, to create their own and access those federal funds. So this could be an ongoing issue for us for a really long time, until potentially all of the out of district students just don't come to North Kingstown because the CTEs are at their home school.
And that's why I mentioned that, as budgeting is not just this year. We need to look beyond this year at the decisions that we make this year and how they affect years going forward. And that's why I mentioned, the CTE issue, because, what you're dealing with is there are very, very few places that this school department can put a positive into the budget. We are not in the business of making money. We don't sell stuff. We educate children. That is expensive by definition. So we've tried over the past few years to come up with things that benefit our students, but have a side effect of actually raising revenue. And the CTE program does exactly that. It gives our students tremendous opportunities, and it provides tremendous opportunities to students from other districts, and it also makes money. And that's money that we are not asking from the taxpayers in North Kingstown. And I just I understand what you're saying about the 4%, the notion of leaving money on the table. I have been doing this for a long time. I've been on the school committee for 7 years. I have been to virtually every school committee meeting for the past 12 years. I have seen lean times that not everybody here remembers, where budget cuts were very drastic. Some of them are effects that we still feel to this day. The primary example of that are our school start times, which are when school committees 10 years ago, I think, give or take, time flies when you're having fun, were faced with having to find the money, not to add new things, to do the things they felt they needed to do and had been doing. We're looking at, wow, if we remove a bus and it's going to make the school times later, but we can save $70,000, $80,000. That moves towards the 288 we're trying to get. That's why we are where we are with transportation. And I just, I've said my piece. I as much as I would love to add these things, I don't think it's responsible, and I don't think it's responsible to the taxpayers to request a 4% budget increase from the town. I just don't. That's my bit. So, any other discussion? If not, I think it's time to
I
vote.
just have a question from Mrs.
Yep.
King,
Go ahead,
and
Ms.
just
Hoskins.
saying that, you think that 4% over time with inflation, we're going to be in trouble. And as
Every year we're eroded on that.
Right. But like Jake said, like it's an ask. They can choose not to give it to us.
Correct.
They can.
And I guess my point with the 4%, Mrs. Hoskins, is that every year for the last several years, Dr. Auger and I have started our budget by making cuts wherever we can and not adding any additional anything to the budget over the last 3 years at least. So your erosion of the 4% getting maxed out started several years ago. So whether or not, we ask for 4% or 2% and the town gives us 4% or 2%, at some point, you're not going to make it by not adding more to your budget or increasing programs or doing anything but status quo. Pretty soon your status quo will be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of cuts before you can even get to 4%. Dr. Auger has addressed this issue for a lot of years now. So your erosion isn't just starting, it started at least 3 years ago.
And if I could jump in, and that was when inflation was in the 2 to 3% range. And if you look at inflation numbers this year, they're in the 7% range. And so when you talk about, and I'm no economist, so if I got that off a little, forgive me. But so when you're dealing with that and you compound that over a few years, the point I've made once or twice before is I don't like adding new positions in situations like this without finding the savings somewhere else, because when you need money, when that town council level funds you and you are looking for every dollar that you can find, some future school committee is going to wish that this ad wasn't there. And so that's why I've tried to, we have a great school department. There have been a number of times over the past few years where we have been able to reestablish some priorities and say, you know what, we used to do this, we can live without that to get this. And we've done that. And we have added some things here and there with offsets, but just a straight up plus, that's where you lose me. I'm sorry, folks, but anything else? If not, we should take a vote. All right, all those in favor? Aye. That's,
Wait,
wait, I goofed up. Hold on. I goofed. Retreat.
I was gonna say, we're not voting the same way, so there's a
Try that
problem.
again.
Done.
Scratch that. All those in favor of the motion on the table to add the positions.
Can we just clarify so that the motion is that
Yep,
we
sorry.
would add a position of social worker at the elementary level at an estimated $96,000. We would add a special education person district-wide for an estimated $96,000. We would add a school psychologist, 0.6 at the high school, 0.2 at DMS, 0.2 at Wickford for $96,000. That's a total of $288,000.
Correct. Okay, so let's try that one again. My apologies. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that is yes from Mr. Mather, yes from Mrs. Hoskins, yes from Mrs. Lima. All those opposed? No. No from myself and Ms. Hildebrand. That motion passes 3-2. So we now need to approve any other motions, adds or subtracts from the school budget. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm not prepared to reduce $288,000 from our school budget to offset that ad. So I just want to make that point. We need to approve our final number. Mrs. King, what is that again? I'm sorry.
Okay, so
And do we need to, is this the one where we need to do all of the food service? All right, so
we do. So
need
we're
get
going to do
our numbers together.
Yeah, we're going to do the general fund budget, and then we'll do the grants and we'll do the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So the general fund budget with the addition of the $288,000 in staffing, the number you would be voting on is $74,220,998. And that includes a town appropriation request that is 3.86% over the current year. And that's $58,034,398.
Sorry, 1 second. 58,034,000.
$398.
Okay. And then grants.
The grant budget is separate from that 74 million, and the number is $6,959,910.
Thank you. And enterprise funds.
And all the enterprise funds that we have separate from both of those numbers is $1,325,212.
Okay. So for simplicity's sake, I'm going to make this motion, Mrs. King, if you could just make sure my numbers are correct. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the general fund budget for the North Kingstown School Department of $74,220,998, of which town funding would be $58,034,398, a grant fund budget of $6,959,910, and enterprise funds in the amount of $1,325,212. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Mather. Any discussion? So I'm going to kick it off. I said most of what I was going to say, but I'll say it one slightly different way. I support our school department and school funding 100%. I have been fighting for 12 years to maintain our schools and our school budgets. I have spoken at town council meetings against attempts to cut our school budget. And if there is an attempt to cut our school budget, I will do it again. But I cannot vote for a budget that asks for this much of an ask. I just can't. I would approve the superintendent's proposed budget as he presented it, but I can't vote for this one. Never voted against a budget before, but any other discussion?
If we vote for this and they come back with cuts, can we cut?
Absolutely, we will have to. So
I know, but can we cut the asks that we asked?
I would suggest that would be the first thing we look to, in my opinion. But yes, this is not a final budget. This is what we're asking the town for. But I'm frankly, I'm not comfortable even asking the town for this. That's the reason for my no. Once the town actually gives us a number, if it's $1 less than the numbers I just read, we need to cut $1 somewhere. If it's $1 million less, we need to cut $1 million somewhere. And that's what will happen. We'll have to revisit it. So Any other discussion? All right, if not, there's a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's 4 yeses. So yes, Ms. Hildebrand, yes, Mr. Mather, yes, Ms. Hoskins, yes, Ms. Lima. No, sorry. That passes 4-1. Okay, next we have status of investigative report. Attorney Carroll, anything to report at this time?
Yes, we are presently still working with Judge McGurl as she continues her investigation. She's been doing some additional interviews. We are still in contact with Mr. Olivero. He expects to have his report by the first week of March. And we are still getting information together for the consent order that we agreed to with Mr. Conlon.
Thank you very much. And then we did the mask policy. Any questions on the reports that are in your packet?
But I just point out that those reports include check registers every month of every check.
I usually say
written.
that.
I know. And it also includes our cash reconciliations because the school department took over reconciling cash for our side because the town couldn't get it done. It also includes all of the other reports of everything that goes on in the school department. So I'm sure that if anybody has any questions, they can certainly review those reports and get their answers.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, those reconciliations and those reports are available not just to the town finance director, but to any one of you who wants to look in the packet towards the end. They are all there. And they do include a check register by vendor in alphabetical order, as well as in dollars, big to small, as well as the cash reconciliations for January. Subcommittee reports, any questions on those or comments on them? Okay, so we cannot adjourn yet, so we need to have a motion to reconvene our executive session. So I'll make that motion. So I'm going to make a motion that we reconvene. Oh, I didn't make the motion yet. That we reconvene our executive session, and we did it earlier, but I'll do it one more time. The reasons for the executive sessions are any discussions of job performance, character, or physical mental health of a person or persons, provided the person has been notified in advance in writing and advised they may require the discussion be held in an open meeting. All persons have been so notified, and our minutes shall reflect that. For sessions, and that's Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A1. Sessions pertaining to potential litigation and legal advice, which is Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2. Discussion of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, civil or criminal, which is Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A4. And discussions of matters of security included but not limited to deployment of security personnel or devices, Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A3. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Mather. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So folks, what will happen now is we're gonna put people back in the waiting room. The only thing that will be remaining on our agenda will be to disclose if there are any executive session votes and then the motion to seal the executive session minutes for this evening. So there won't be anything exciting, though you're welcome to hang around until we conclude our session. I'm not sure how much longer we will speak. We have some things we still need to cover and we didn't want to hold up the other meeting. So thank you all for attending and I'm gonna start putting people Oh, wait, we aren't yet. I need to let everybody in. So, okay, now, my apologies, folks. Okay, so we just had a motion from myself and a second from Mr. Mather and a unanimous vote to conclude our executive session and return to open session. So we are in open session again, and I need a motion to seal the executive session minutes of today, February 15th, 2022.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hoskins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And I can disclose that no votes were taken in this evening's executive session. So at that point, we have reached the end of our agenda, and I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hoskins,
Second.
second, Mr. Mather. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good
Thank
night.
you. Good night.